That gives the Bucs about 4 months to get themselves into contention, some 75% of the season after they pass the quarter pole tonight. It's the Bucs and Twins, and it begins right now on a cool night in Pittsburgh on Root Sports.
Tonight from PNC Park in Pittsburgh, it's Game 2 of the Interleague Series between the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Minnesota Twins. Well, you're taking a look now at where the baseball went that Pedro Alvarez hit some 461 feet. It didn't land in the river. It landed in a boat, which was here last night. We're right next to that location. Only 3 men in the history of this ballpark accomplished the feat that Pedro Alvarez did last night, Bob.
It was quite a blast, that's for sure. And one of the unique aspects of this ballpark, when someone does hit it completely over the stands, all the way out of the stadium, you get to see exactly where it lands. And if they really get it good, as we saw last night, it can make it all the way to the water, or in this case, into a boat that was moored right here where we're sitting. Really kind of a fun thing to watch at this park.
And it's nice that we can talk about that Titanic home run, but on the other hand, it's also maybe a sign that Pedro Alvarez is going to get on one of those hot streaks.
Absolutely. That's what we're always looking at with Pedro. You know, we've seen him now over the years. We know he's a streaky type home run hitter. He might go quite a ways without hitting one, but then he gets on a roll. He might hit 4 or 5 in the matter of a week to 10 days, and when he does that, he can really carry an entire offense.
Hey, thanks for letting us use this boat, guys. We appreciate that. We're going to get to work here in just a moment. The Pirates look to get back to work offensively. Josh Harrison has been getting hot along with the rest of the Buccos. The offense looks to take off against Mike Pelfrey and the Minnesota Twins from PNC Park. Coming up next.
Brought to you by Toyota. Toyota helps you get the most out of your drive. Just ask a friend who drives one. Toyota, let's go places. By Barrel Automotive, we're driven to be better. And by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you. Let's go Bucks!
Here at PNC Park, the Pirates getting ready to take on the Twins. Bob and I back up in the broadcast booth. And the Pirates about ready to take the field. And looking to not only even this series, but get on a good run. They'll be taking on the New York Mets this weekend, starting Friday night, another off day tomorrow. And the next Monday night begin a 3-game series against the Marlins. Jeff Locke and the Pirates take the field. Cool temperatures, and Josh Harrison bouncing around again like he did the first half of last year. He's going to go out and spell Gregory Polanco and play right field tonight. And that keeps Jung Ho Kang in the lineup at third and allows Jordy Mercer to return to the starting lineup at short. Let's check out the Honda starting lineup first for the Minnesota Twins under Paul Molitor. They have won 13 of their last 18 ball games. Danny Santana, the switch-hitting shortstop, leads off, and it's Ryan Dozier and Joe Mauer. .474 average now lifetime against Pittsburgh. Trevor Plouffe homered last night. He's the cleanup man. Torrey Hunter, the veteran. He'll be followed by Kurt Suzuki and Aaron Hicks, with Shane Robinson and left Mike Pelfrey on the mound.
We'll take a look now at Jeff Locke's numbers, brought to you by Hyundai. Made 7 starts. Last one definitely not too good. He wants to get something going tonight so he can forget about that start against the Cubs. These Twins, though, they can be tough against left-hander. It'll be a fairly tough assignment, I think, for Jeff. Needs to have that good command of the fastball to both sides of the plate.
Francisco Liriano seated next to Gregory Polanco. Liriano struggled badly last night. And we'll check out the defense for the Pirates. Brought to you by Honda. There's Josh Harrison with Andrew McCutchen in center. Starting Mark Day is in left. Jung Ho Kang, Jordy Mercer on the left side. Neil Walker and Pedro Alvarez on the right side. Francisco Cervelli is catching. There was some question earlier this afternoon. In fact, Tony Sanchez was in the clubhouse just in case. Cervelli was lifted from the game the other day, precautionary measure last night after taking a baseball off the mask, rattled his cage a bit, so he went through the necessary tests and passed. Discussion about perhaps a concussion DL, but not necessary as the strike begins this ball game. Danny Santana hitting from the right side.
That's the pitch right there that we always look at with Jeff. That fastball inside. How often can he locate that one and get a called strike? That's what he would like to do early in the ball game all the time.
2-1.
Just barely missed with that last one.
Santana 0 for 4 and hit by a pitch last night. And that is a fair ball. Just over the bag, and Josh Harrison right away tested Santana into second base, and a close play. He's there with a double.
Harrison did a nice job, I thought, getting over there. He read the rebound just about perfectly. Right over the top of that bag. But there you can see the carom. Jay Hay picking that ball up, throwing a strike on the fly, in fact, right to second base. Nice strong throw. You can see how Santana might have thought that ball was foul. Greg seems stopped.
Yeah.
He was surprised by the fair call.
Brian O'Nora is the first base umpire. And here is Brian Dozier. And another close play at second. Allegheny Health Network Supermo. Jordy Mercer applying the tag.
Strong throw on the fly.
Santana with his 7th double of the season. Brian Dozier, who now has a 10-game hitting streak, hit his 7th home run of the season in the first inning. In last night's ball game, he's homered in 3 of his last 4 games and 5 in his last 9. 2-1. As Bob said, these Minnesota Twins can be tough on left-handed pitchers. They're hitting .290 against southpaws this season. That's the 3rd best mark in all of baseball, and they're 12-5 when the opponent starts a left-handed pitcher. Pulled foul. 2-2.
I'm surprised that Dozier would get out there and try to hook that ball. This spot definitely calls for you to hit behind the runner.
And now it's 3-2. Second baseman with a 10-game hitting streak. He leads the American League in runs scored. He's crossed the plate 31 times. For Jeff Locke, that start at Wrigley Field, 5 runs, 3 walks, and 3 2/3 innings.
Three-two off speed pitch, Greg.
That's new, huh? See if they stay away from the fastball on this 3-2 offering to Brian Dozier. And he does pull it, and that'll keep the runner from moving. A little high throw, and Alvarez goes up and gets it. The high throw from Gong. 1 away.
Dozier unable to get the job done. Of course, that would have been very tough now watching the location of that pitch to do anything but pull it down to third.
Alvarez going up to get it and coming down on the bag. Gong normally extremely accurate, that strong arm. Well, nicely done by Pedro Alvarez. And a big out there for Jeff Locke to keep Santana at second. Here's Joe Mauer.
It didn't give in at all on that 3-2 count.
Joe Mauer had the big hit of the game, that ground ball through the left side of the infield and that overshift, and it went as a 3-run single. He went to second on that throw to the plate, a late throw by Starling Marte, and Clint Hurdle addressed that again today. Said he talked to Marte about it. Second time in a week it's happened. Carlos Ruiz for the Phillies in Philadelphia took advantage of Marte not getting to the ball quickly and getting it into the infield quickly.
Well, I'm assuming, Greg, and I don't know this, but I've been asked about a couple times today, that it's not necessarily a lazy type thing. I think a lot of it is, I think Marte is just assuming that they're not going to try and take the extra base on him, because he does have one of the better arms in the league, and who's going to run on me? And then occasionally they do, and it's like he gets caught by surprise. But you have to be prepared on every pitch. Right now, he needs to be thinking about a couple different scenarios. Okay, if it's a ground ball in front of me, what am I going to do? If it's hit to the left, what am I going to do? Every single pitch, and you got to know what you're going to do with the baseball depending on how it's hit to you.
It's interesting too, because we talked about this last night. We just saw a shot of Gene Glenn, the third base coach. Those are advanced scouting reports right there that you watch. You could run on Marte, even though he's got that great arm. Sometimes he lacks that awareness, or whatever you want to call it. And Gene Glenn waved that third runner home. All the way from first base, Brian Dozier scored on the Mauer single. In on him and bounce to the shortstop. Mercer makes a nice play to at least keep the ball from getting to the outfield. Wasn't hit all that hard.
Well, you look back at the bat now. Dozier unable to move the runner along. This obviously would have scored a run. If, in fact, we might even been playing in there. That might have been a base hit. If you're playing in with one out, sometimes managers will do that, even though it's early in a ball game. That was a big out for Locke to get.
We'll see if he can get Trevor Plouffe to hit the ball on the ground. Cleanup man, third baseman Plouffe. 6 homers and 20 RBIs. 2 for 4. 2-run homer in the second inning. Also doubled in the first inning off Liriano. Locke falls behind him 2-0.
Just seeing these guys in one game, they're a fairly patient team as far as not chasing pitchers' pitches. At least they were in last night's game. And these first few pitches to Plouffe, you can kind of see the same thing. Even there, he got a strike, but it was on the corner and just 2-0 count. So he's like, no, I'm not going to. That's not what I want to hit 2-0. I want a mistake pitch 2-0 down the middle. So he took it. That's what you talk about when you talk about a hitter with patience. Waiting for his pitch, what he wants to hit, not hitting what the pitcher wants him to.
Oh, Pirates were hoping to get that call, did not. It's 3-1.
Again, patience. I mean, with 2 strikes, maybe you got to take a run at that pitch, but you don't have 2 strikes, so you can afford to take it.
Home plate umpire Jeff Kellogg, he's the crew chief. He walked him, and now they are loaded for Torrey Hunter. Jeff Locke won his first 2 starts this season, and since then a couple losses and 3 no decisions.
One of the problems last night for Frankie, even though not counting all the runs that were scored against him early, but his pitch count really got out of hand early in that ball game because of that. And I know in Chicago that was a problem for Locke, and here we are right now. There's 1 out. And he's already thrown over 20 pitches. He needs a double play ball.
Ball 1.
Whoa, man.
Well, Cervelli is looking into the dugout.
Well, that looked like it's right down the middle.
And the Pirate bench now.
Kellogg says this is high. I don't think it is.
Boy. Oh.
No, that's not high. Maybe 20 years ago.
Man.
Not today's game.
So not getting that first pitch that should have been called a strike. That one misses. And now it is 2 balls and no strikes on Torrey Hunter.
He'll get a double play ball here. You watch. There it comes.
Toward right field. Slicing. Fair ball off the wall. This is going to score at least a couple. Harrison gets the ball to the infield, but this is going to bring home 3 runs. And it is 3-0 Minnesota. 5 batters into the game.
Well, Greg, you know, if you watch this pitch, usually when you get somebody 2-0, they're going to get aggressive and try to pull you. When they try to pull a fastball on the outside corner, they're going to put it on the ground. But Torrey Hunter doesn't get greedy. He just takes what he's going to get, even on the 2-0 pitch. Does not get out there and try to hook anything. Goes with the pitch and is rewarded with the double down in the corner and 3 RBIs. But a lot of guys, maybe even most guys, 2-0 fastball, they're looking to pull, and that's going to be a ground ball double play. But the veteran, Torrey Hunter, good piece of hitting.
We saw that approach last night, especially the first couple of innings against Liriano. Right-handed hitters with that approach. The opposite side of the field. As Hunter brings in 3 with a double off the wall, scoring Santana, Mauer, and Plouffe. And Suzuki at the plate. Kurt Suzuki, the catcher. Three 3-0 Twins. Brian Dozier last night gave them the first inning 1-0 lead with a home run, and then that 6th spot made it 7-0. And missing in, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I think Ray was liking what he was looking at there.
Still 1-2 on Suzuki. He had a couple of hits last night. Also scored a couple, was hit by a pitch. Veteran Torrey Hunter will turn 40 years old in July. Now with 24 RBIs this season. That's a strikeout of the pitch in the dirt. Cervelli looking towards second. They're out at first on the strikeout.
They got ahead so he could bounce it that breaking ball. That's exactly what Cervelli wanted. He was tapping his glove in the dirt. Big difference. You get ahead, get those hitters on the defensive a little bit, and now you force them out of their patience. Now they have to be defensive, and they're going to swing at some of those borderline pitches. Maybe check swing or full swing on a curveball in the dirt.
There's Aaron Hicks, switch hitter, takes ball 1.
It's something you have to really read immediately to see, oh, these guys are really doing a lot of taking tonight. I got to take advantage of that and use that to my advantage and throw strike 1 right away. If they're going to take, fine, then they're going to hit from behind.
And when they hit from behind, like most teams, huge difference. Twins bat .217 behind in the count, .283 when they're ahead in the count. Ahead of the count here. Their center fielder is. It's 2-1.
Yeah, really, when it comes right down to it, baseball doesn't really ever change.
That's a number that'll not change hasn't changed for forever.
Hit
right?
strikes.
Yeah.
If you hit strikes, team-wise, you got one of those type of clubs, then you're gonna excel. If you swing and you're always hitting the pitcher's pitch, chasing out of the strike zone, you're not. Hit strikes. I can remember these, first year of A-ball, these different little sayings that they would, throw out there. Throw strike 1. One of the favorites that I used to hear all the time was, okay, you got to get the leading lady, which always meant you got to be aggressive and go after the leadoff hitter. You want to start with an out. Little things like that, and they're basically the key to success in this game. Very simple.
Well, he's gone full on Aaron Hicks. And you see that pitch count.
Yeah, 34
pitches in this first inning. Remains 3-2 on Aaron Hicks.
Might be one of those nights you got to give that gum a workout. Another little bit of a hill to climb right away.
Struck him out looking. Well, a double, a single, a walk, and a 3-run double. Wall in right field, giving his team a 3-0 lead. We'll check the Toyota starting lineup for the Pirates. Josh Harrison has a 7-game hitting streak. He'll be leading things off. Neil Walker next, and Andrew McCutcheon. Starling Marte hits cleanup. Jung Ho Gong batting .320 this season. Pedro Alvarez that mammoth home run last night. Francisco Cervelli, Jordy Mercer back in the lineup, and Jeff Locke against the former Met, Mike Pelfrey.
Pelfrey has the 4 basic pitchers, except his changeup is the splitter variety.
6'7", Mike Pelfrey.
Not a real hard thrower. Decent fastball, but that's not his main game.
Been almost 4 years since he's faced the Pirates. Pelfrey coming off his worst outing of the season last Thursday against the Tigers.
Well, he's got a 3-spot. Job 1 is to throw strikes, and he's come out 2-0. There's a strike.
31-year-old from Wichita, Kansas, Mike Pelfrey.
Hey, Jake.
2-2. During this hitting streak, Josh Harrison batting at a .517 clip, raising his average to .245. And in the air to shallow right. Torrey Hunter coming in. That ball's going to drop in for another hit. And Josh Harrison couldn't seem to buy a hit in April. Now everything is dropping for Jay Hay.
That's why he's in there. Hot bat, and that's something that really Clinton's forced into. He's been juggling that lineup around now for a good month, trying to find some combinations that work to score runs. You got to go with the hot hitters, and Harrison one of the hottest right now, so he's out in right field to get another hot hitter in there. Keep Gong in the lineup when Mercer's playing. Jay Hay, that versatility really gives them a lot of different combinations that they can play with. I think Jay Hay is like the ottoman that you can put anywhere in the living room and it seems to go.
Move that furniture around.
Just goes with everything.
Yep.
Put it in front of the couch, in front of the big chair.
Two and oh. Clint Hurdle was making that analogy recently about
the lineup or Jay being like around. The changing the different positions, like moving the couch around.
Well, that's going to go right to the shortstop. But a bad throw from Santana cost them a double play.
I'm interested to see the replay because shouldn't he have just flipped this to the second baseman? Like, you know, right there, give it to Dozier. Look how closer Dozier is to the bag. I mean, Dozier's foot was on the bag, a good 1,001 before Santana got there. Should have been an easy double play for Dozier to turn. Well, it should have been an easy double play for Santana to turn, as far as that's concerned. That's where that no error on the double play rule really cheats the pitcher.
Yeah.
Because that's an automatic easy play.
So now that run scores. It's earned.
It's an earned run. It shouldn't be. I don't know how you would, I guess would put a little pressure on the scorer to try and figure out, well, what was an easy double play and what was a bang bang double play. That might be a tough call. You'd have players complaining all the time. Pitchers anyway complaining.
Ground ball backhanded by the third baseman Plouffe, and he'll throw out McCutchen. Nicely done by Trevor Plouffe. Walker to second, 2 outs. We'll get to the Rivers Casino tips to win.
Well, right-handers seem to have a lot more success against Pelfrey. Hopefully the righties can do something tonight, get something going. Jay already got a little going, and I think Kong's going to hit a long ball tonight.
You're saying just a home run, or is this a tape measure job? I mean, this is what we're going to be talking about.
It will be somewhere. It's going into the bullpen. I just don't know how far. I don't know if it's going to make it to ours or just deep into theirs. It could make it all the way to ours. It will be in the bullpen.
Righties are hitting Pelfrey at a 320 clip. Lefties just 203.
It'll be over a fastball that's going to be elevated a little bit, probably belt high, over the outside half of the plate.
I'm going to write this down because I don't want to forget this.
Outside half of the plate fastball. It's going to be
outside half.
It's going to start off on the outside corner and drift back over the plate. One of those. I can picture it. I have it pictured in my mind what it's going to look like.
And a roller inside the first base bag. The Bucs will get on the board as Marte will wind up at second with a double.
That one's on Santana.
Starling Marte came in 8th in the league in RBIs, picks up his 27th, and extends his hitting streak to 7 straight games.
I think that might be that splitter. I mean, that hit him right in the handle. Rolled it right inside the bag. There's your earned run. See, he knows I put the pressure on. See how hard he's swung?
I know.
I put the pressure on him. He knows it.
He does know it. And yes, you have. Seven for his last 12 at bats, covering the past 3 games.
The only thing I haven't decided yet, I don't know if it's going to be on a leg kick or maybe a 2-strike pitch where he keeps his toe down. I think it's going to be on a leg kick.
Yes, okay.
Write that one down.
I did.
Okay. Oh, that was it. That was the pitch.
So
no, that was inside half. Never mind.
Okay.
That wasn't the pitch. See, this ball's coming inside. But that's the pitch. You get that over the outside half, bullpen.
High chopper. And Jung Ho Kang is going to reach on an infield single.
Now, Greg, do you see the direction this ball is headed off the bat? Now, see the bullpen out there? Ball's headed
I see
toward
the bullpen. Okay, yeah.
It was just a little shorter than I anticipated.
So does that mean the prediction is off now?
No,
is that it?
No, he's got the direction right now.
Okay.
The direction is there now.
Allegheny Health Network Supermo. Well, the Pirates haven't blistered the ball this inning. Harrison
it doesn't matter.
A little dunker into right field. The Marte double was in on his hands, rolled inside the first base bag, and this infield hit, and now Pedro Alvarez.
So this whole inning to me is on Santana. They'd be hitting right now if he hadn't have messed up a absolutely easy routine double play. It would still be 3-0. Pedro might make it 4-3. Little tiny things, little misplays really loom large. And then, even if the Pirates don't score here, how many more pitches has that misplay cost his pitcher? Should have been about a 12-pitch inning. Yeah, and I'm not getting on guys making errors. Errors happen, bad hops, that sort of thing. But that was a unforced error. Well, Wimbledon talked.
Got it. Sorry. Don't know why. Is Wimbledon coming up?
And this year they have one every year.
This year.
Yeah. They have that one every summer.
It's like Steve wishing everybody a happy birthday, whatever it is. 2-2. Happy birthday.
Yeah, see.
Well, early happy birthday wishes to Earl Cohen, one of the great Pirate fans ever. He'll turn 81 tomorrow. And happy birthday, 96 years old today, Isabel Finland. Big Pirates fan. Used to listen to games with Rosie Rosewell. Two balls, two strikes to count. Young has stolen 2 bases in 2 attempts. And by the way, Pelfrey has allowed 3 home runs this season. He gets Alvarez to chase, who stands there and does not run to first. 3-1. Go to the second. walked a man, gave up 3 hits. And Francisco Liriano knows the feeling. And Bob, you're talking about the approach the Twins had against Locke tonight and last night.
Yeah, last night was the same thing. Balls that are worked outside, they're not going out there and trying to pull them. Even the hitters count. They're going with those pitches. They hit them hard the other way. And we saw the same thing here with Hunter off Locke. That was a 2-0 count, even though there was 2 balls and strikes on there. And he didn't try to pull it. He went right down the right field line, off the wall, bases loaded. Got 3 runs for it. But, as I said last inning, I haven't really seen him a lot, but from just tonight and yesterday, they're pretty smart hitters. At least their approach is pretty darn good.
You wonder if that Paul Molitor influence isn't starting to take effect after a slow start. These Twins lost 6 of their first 7, but have gone 12-5 in May. They've gone 21-11 since that 1-6 start.
He got some hits, didn't he?
3,319. Mike Pelfrey, on the other hand, 26 career hits. His last one came 3 years ago. And Locke,
27 hits.
So Locke had to do it over again. Might he go for that ball?
He might, but I think also, I don't like third baseman playing that deep with a pitcher up. It's not like he's going to rip one by you for extra bases. He might try and bunt. He can swing and bunt. I think that's the more likely scenario that you're going to have to defend. But that's my opinion.
Harrison. Nice play by Jay Hay. Long way to go.
Do it all everywhere. I know he's had a little fielding slump there at third early in the year, but we saw last year it didn't make much difference where you put him on the field. He was going to help out on defense.
Covered a lot of territory there.
Very athletic.
Popped up behind home plate by Brian Dozier.
Been trying to tie Dozier up, doing a fairly good job of it, staying inside. That fastball there in on his hands. And last time up, was able to prevent him from hitting the ball the other way, keeping the ball in. Get ahead, get a chase.
Right-handers hit .274 against Locke this season. Lefties .323. Dozier turned 28 years old on Friday and homered, an 8th round pick out of the University of Southern Mississippi by these Twins. Locke was the 2nd round pick of the Braves in 2006.
Locke is not getting any calls, you know.
Anything borderline he doesn't seem to be getting.
Exactly. The borderline pitches, I mean, that was a ball, but by a smidgen. So far, all the smidgens have gone to the hitters.
Keeps trying it.
Even that one to Torrey Hunter, the curveball right down the middle. Put him behind in the count when Hunter got the double. That's when you're going to get 99% of the time. Not that time.
Now 3-2 on Dozier. Down on strikes, that's 3 punch outs for Locke. And after 1.5, Twins up 3-1.
Three-1 Twins over the Pirates here at PNC Park. I'm Robbie. It's Mikowski. Rick Sofield is known in baseball circles for his ability to coach third base as well as outfielders and his unique personality. But he also played for the Minnesota Twins from '79 to '81, and he played all outfield positions. Sofield told me it was everything he had ever dreamed it would be, and he played for one of the best managers ever in Gene Mauch. Now, he wishes he could have played more for Mauch and played better. And in a second here, we're going to see a cool photo of Rick Sofield from his playing days, 207 games from '79 to '81. Old school Rick Sofield with a lot of hair. Now, Roy Smalley is calling the game tonight for Twins television. He's actually Gene Mauch's nephew, who Sofield played for, as well as Roy Smalley, and a former teammate of Sofield's in Minneapolis. So a lot of deep history between Rick Sofield and the Minnesota Twins, Greg.
Yeah, Rick Sofield, Robbie, first-round pick of those Minnesota Twins. Back. You see Roy Smalley there with Dick Bremer on the TV side. First round pick. The 13th overall choice was Rick Sofield in the 1975 amateur draft. Interestingly enough, it was the same year the Royals selected Clint Hurdle, the 9th pick in that 1975 draft. Cisco Cervelli, a count of 1-2.
Pelfrey looks like he really gets good movement from I think that's a splitter. Bottom dropped out of that last one, even though it was elevated a little bit.
It's toward right center field, but Hunter gets there. We'll bring up Jordy Mercer. Cervelli flies out to right center field. Just one other note about Rick Sofield, the Twins. Mentioned Roy Smalley, part of that 1980 team. 79, 80, 81. Rick Sofield played for the Twins, and Pirates have Butch Weiniger in their organization. Butch Weiniger is now the hitting coach at AAA Indianapolis. He was the catcher for many years those Twins teams. Jordy Mercer back in the lineup. Boy, and only Mauer on the right side of that infield. Well off the line. That's where Mercer hits the ball. A fly out and a bouncer. And the two have a little chuckle. Buccos battle the Mets this Friday, 7:05, Free Shirt Friday. First 20,000 fans get a free Pirates t-shirt, the one designed by A.J. Burnett himself, compliments of People's Natural Gas. The fun starts out on Federal Street before the game. Live entertainment, food, games, and much more. Friday night block party presented by Barrel Automotive. Go to pirates.com/Free Shirt Friday.
I think that's going to be one of the most highly sought after shirts we've had in a long time.
Yep. And everybody's going to want to get their hands on the A.J. Burnett design t-shirt.
Batman.
Against the Dark Knight, pitching matchups coming up. Matt Harvey will pitch Saturday afternoon against A.J. Burnett.
Couple of good matchups.
Recalled. Yeah. 1, 2, 3 for the Bucks. Tonight we'll be saying goodbye to David Letterman after 33 years, the king of late night. So we put our own top 10 list together. Top 10 reasons I like working with Bob Walk. Number 10, his lack of respect for the cough button. I've always liked that. Number 9, I'm going to need to read that. Number 9, he never points out his partner's mistakes. Number 8, the top 10 reasons I like working with Bob, the way he hides his love of the DH by attempting to ban it. Number 7, his ability to see into the future, only if he was right. Number 6, the interesting and creative research projects he comes up with, and he makes me research. And we'll continue our top 10. So far, we're hitting it from the home office at Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. This top 10 list of the top 10 reasons I enjoy working with Bob as David Letterman retires tonight after 33 years. Strike is called on Joe Mauer.
The key to seeing
Number 5, glad to help him with his heavy bag, which contains 1 pencil. Number 4, the artistic way he used the telestrator. Pitch coming. Now in the hole, 0-2. You want to see the telly work? The artistic way he used the telestrator. Yep, see, there he is, Bob. Going to work. Number 3, I never tire of hearing about that 1992 NLCS Game 5. I don't. I never tire. That's one of the reasons I enjoy working with him.
I'll tell you that.
The 80 World Series is close second, by the way.
Yes. Okay.
Bouncing ball to Gung. And he guns out Mauer. Number 2 reason I like working with Bob. His childlike energy is infectious. And the top reason I like working with Bob, he's the best barista in baseball.
Oh, you got that right. There's no doubt
Top
about that.
10 reasons I enjoy working with Bob Walk. Ready, guys? Thank you very much. Couldn't find a good
Well, that
sound
was
of glass
enjoyable.
breaking.
I like that.
Great work from the
Did you think
the
all
Gypsies.
those other
No, the
Gypsies did
Gypsies, the trailer. They were working on that for a couple of weeks.
Good one. Very good.
We're going to ask you.
They all
actually,
have a little bit of truth in them.
yeah,
a little bit.
It would have been fun last night. We could have had you do some stupid human tricks on a pup night.
Yeah, we could have done that. But
You do have some, by the way.
Yeah.
We'll have to share sometime on a telecast. Well, there's one right there. He's got a trick up his sleeve or under his arm. What's he got? You never know with a parrot. Trevor Plouffe, a 2-1 count. And 2-2.
Got that call right on the edge. Those are the important ones for Jeff.
Three and 2 now on Trevor
Just
Plouffe.
don't swing, do they?
No. A discipline here. Close. No call. One down. Well, we gave you our top 10 reasons we enjoy working with Bob Walk. You may have your own top 10 list, or at least a few, and you can tweet us. Hashtag Bucks Booth. Create your own list, maybe of why you like watching Bob Walk's telecasts.
I don't know if I want a lot of tweets.
Why wouldn't you want to? We always want a lot of tweets. We love tweets.
They might be a little negative.
Well, I don't think we'd show any negative ones. Come on, Bob.
Right.
You know the drill by now.
But then if no tweets come, then
Here comes one right now.
then nobody likes it.
Oh, we'll get plenty. Don't you worry about that. Hashtag Bucks Booth. Here's Torrey Hunter. He had that double off the wall in right field, and here he lines one to left field. And Marte going to gun toward third base, and they should have him by a mile, and they do. There's Starling Marte hustling to the ball and gunning out Trevor Plouffe.
You know, for Starling, that's routine. He could do that all day long. This is the talent that he has. You don't run on it. At least not when he's really into it and ready for you. And he's not taking you for granted, because this is going to be the result. One hopper right on the bag, out by 15 feet.
Starling Marte guns it. Retires Plouffe. Hunter goes to second on the throw. And bounce to Gunk. A little trouble, but gathers it in and on to first. A big play there from Starling Marte.
Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by the Chevy Equinox and your Western PA Chevy dealers. By Fridays. Happy Friday. And by Day Automotive. We're going to make your day. Let's go Bucks!
Day Automotive, this day in Pirates history. This date, 1978, Pirates beat the Expos 6-0 in Montreal. Willie Stargell drives in 5, 2 of which came on the longest home run ever hit at Olympic Stadium, 535 feet. Only ball that ever made the upper deck in fair territory. Bert Blyleven tossed a complete game 3 hitter for the Pirates. An unforgettable day in Pirates history, and they then would paint the seat Pirates gold. That seat was later given to Willie Stargell. As Harrison continues to swing this hot bat. It's 2 for 2.
Greg, sometimes when you know the stadium is closing, you're not going to be there again. You think about things you want to do. I thought about that seat. I went up there the last trip we ever made in Montreal. I went up and sat up there where that ball landed.
Did you?
And just you can't even comprehend how far that is from home plate.
A human being could do what he did.
And you're like, really? I mean, think about how long that ball was last night.
Yeah.
And then, now think about it landing well out into the river. Not where we were sitting for the open, but way out there in the river. I mean,
it's hard to comprehend.
Just amazing how far he can hit the ball.
By the way, we want to thank those guys for letting us use their boat. We talked to them before the game. They let us use the boat for the open, and there they are underneath Willie Stargell
from
placard.
Don's Appliances, right?
Yep.
Hey, they just noticed.
Yep. Great guys.
Yeah, they were. A lot of help. Had a nice ice chest sitting there for us.
Yep. They're a little early for the Kenny Chesney concert. 10 days early.
Yeah, they're getting some good seats.
Yeah. Neil Walker hit what should have been a routine double play ball right to the shortstop, Danny Santana, behind second. But Santana kept the ball himself and then threw high to first, allowing Walker to reach, and Walker scored on the Marte double. Santana has been a bit erratic with 10 errors.
Center fielder, right?
Yeah. Trying to find a place for him. Harrison takes off. It's a strikeout. Throw him out. Double play. Or 2-1 rather. Just a caught stealing as the count goes to 2-2. Went on the 2-1 pitch, and
I think it's a hit and run.
Yeah, Walker foul tipped it. They're looking at the possible challenge. Wow. Closer than I thought. I guess he got it just before. Look at Harrison. We made that close, didn't he?
Yeah. He was swimming in there with the windmill.
Wow.
I believe that was a hit and run. Right? Wasn't that pitch way up and away from Walker? I mean, there's no way he swings at that if that wasn't a hit and run.
Bounces this ball to second. Now 2 outs.
See where that pitch was?
Yeah.
Way out. I mean, Walker's just trying to get a piece of it, trying to foul it off, something, 'cause that's his job. So he has to swing at that pitch, even though it's high and way outside.
Barrel Automotive League leaders on base percentage in interleague games. Albert Pujols, Joe Mauer of these Twins, and Andrew McCutchen. Active leaders on base percentage. McCutchen bounced to Trevor Plouffe his first time up. Joe Mauer, catcher turned first baseman.
With the interleague play taking place every night somewhere, I wonder if those interleague numbers will become kind of, I don't know, less important. the years? You think?
Yeah, I think so. I think as the years have gone on, they've taken on less importance.
The two leagues are just kind of melting into one. And you know, I kind of wonder. We've talked about this before. When will they not show American League stat leaders and National League stat leaders? When will it just be Major League Baseball leaders?
The only thing that really separates these two leagues now is the designated hitter.
But it really doesn't affect the hitting stats for, say, Andrew McCutcheon.
Right.
Unless he's hitting 8th and pitcher's hitting behind.
Or the pitcher hitting 8th in some cases.
You know what I mean? Yeah. The sum of these stats, it doesn't make any sense anymore to separate them. You have the same umpires, you're playing each other. What difference does it make? I would like to see them start grouping things by division. Who leads the National League Central in on base percentage? You know what I mean?
Yep.
We play each other so much.
We have a very special guest at the Pirates game tonight. If you watch Pirates pregame, you saw that young lady. Her name is Bella Smith. She is 5 years of age, attending her very first Pirate game. If you look at those three signs together, Bella's first game with Bella, my first Pirate game, my second year with Mainu, and you see Bella sitting on her mom's shoulders. That's Kayla Kinder, her mom, holding the heart. She had a heart transplant 2 years ago at 3 years of age. And in the pregame show, she had a nice chat, Greg and Bob, with fellow heart transplant recipient Kent DeColvey. And we're very happy to say that Bella is very happy and healthy and doing well and hopefully becoming a baseball fan.
Well, looks like it. That's great news.
Yeah, that's really a nice story. And it definitely looks like she's a baseball fan.
Base hit for Aaron Hicks to start the fourth. Hicks had a couple of hits last night. Here is Butch Davis, the first base coach, talking to him. Butch Davis spent maybe a week with the Pirates back in 1987. Former 12th round pick of the Royals in 1980. And on Paul Molitor's coaching staff. Shane Robinson at the plate. Former Cardinal. Redbirds at it again. They're leading the Mets 2-0 in the fourth. Mets will come to Pittsburgh starting Friday night. Ball one on Shane Robinson. Jeff Locke at the 62 pitch mark. Looks like a bluff start there from Hicks. 2-0.
Like he would have had a good jump. Put the brakes on. Marte used to do that a lot. Decide to stop. He'd feel his foot slip a little bit or something. It would make him throw the brakes on, not go. And sometimes it looked like he had a great jump.
I haven't seen him do that for a while. Clint Hurdle kept.
He hasn't been running as much lately. He had 6 steals on the year.
Three and 1 now on Robinson, the pitcher on deck. Shane Robinson was a 5th-round pick of the Cardinals in 2006 and played parts of 5 seasons with the Cardinals. Runner goes this time. 3 and 2. .54 degrees at game time. Gonna be cool again tomorrow.
Blankets and jackets out here late May.
Runner goes, and it's a strike 3 called, and a little hesitation there from Cervelli.
They're gonna go, I mean, that's got to be some.
You'd think so. He walked right across the plate, didn't he?
Yeah.
Unintentionally.
That's got to be interference. Well, nobody seemed to say anything about it. Yeah, he did. He walked right in front of him, thinking it was ball 4. And, you know, you could see Cervelli having the double clutch.
Here's Mike Pelfrey, reached on an infield single his first time up.
And that was a case too. I think we should point it out because we were pointing out the obvious earlier. There was one of those borderline pitches that ended up going the way of Jeff Locke. That could have easily have been ball 4. Instead went strike 3. And that really changes things around. They'd have first and second, pitcher up trying to bunt. That was a big call.
Now, a 2-1 count on Mike Pelfrey. Mike Pelfrey had 1 at bat in 2013. The last AB he had before his 2nd inning single. He was 1 for 6 in 2012.
Like riding a bike, I guess, huh?
I guess so.
Get up there and get a knock.
Last hit he had the big leagues, a 3rd inning double, April 9th, 2012. Locke has now fallen behind Mike Pelfrey.
He's only 5 pitches. He hadn't hit the strike zone yet with any of them. Pelfrey's kind of helped him out a little bit. They're all off the plate, down and away. Need to make an adjustment on the sights here.
Is that alarming at all to you? A guy like Mike Pelfrey at the plate, and look at those pitches. I mean, does it make a difference that it's the pitcher? And a base hit for him. A ground single to left.
Well, if you put those pitches along with the pitches he he threw Robinson, then I think, because I mean, Robinson didn't throw a lot of strikes to him either. I just don't see the command. Now, you know, let's say you jump ahead of the pitcher 0-2 or something like that. Well, then why throw him a strike? Right. But like he fell behind him 2-1, and then he threw ball 3 down and away. Pelfrey chased it to get him back to even 2-2, but then it could have been a 3-1 count. So, I mean, you're not trying to get the opposing pitcher to chase down and away with a 2-1 pitch. And that's tough if you think that's the way you have to pitch to get a guy out that's had one at bat since when, 2012?
Right.
So he's trying to throw him strikes. He just wasn't able to.
You see the bullpen is going to be called into action. And a ground ball sharply hit shortstop. 6-4-3.
Beautiful.
Could not have come at a better time for Jeff Locke. Santana put the ball on the ground sharply right at Jordy Mercer. Perfect time for our Chick-fil-A inning-ending double play.
And just as the bullpen is getting up, as you pointed out, I mean, Locke needed that right there. Got the right-handed hitter to try and pull the ball. Nice quick turn. Good job by those two.
They work well together. Walker and Mercer. Starling Marte will lead things off. Doubled inside the first base bag in the first inning, bringing home Walker. Surprised Greg Simkovich didn't get Jeff Locke his coffee. He got us ours. A guest appearance from our old States manager, Greg, in from California.
Came out here, what, 2,500 miles to take care of us with some coffee. How nice is that, the coffee machines in the dugout?
Not like your day, was it? You had to have somebody go into the clubhouse and get it for you, right?
You'd go get it yourself. But,
no, you wouldn't.
Well, here's one reason, though, that the coffee machines wouldn't have lasted down there.
Oh, that's true.
It had to be bulletproof to survive the dugout.
You don't see that happen as often these days, do you?
Even the water fountain had to have a steel cage built around it.
You don't see that too often these days, do you?
I haven't seen it in a long time. Not since Zambrano retired.
Oh, that's right, Zambrano. And I think, was it Carlos Perez of the Expos? Do you remember he?
Yeah, he could tear some up.
He took it out one night on.
Well, you know, most of the stuff
Montreal.
you didn't see.
Yeah.
Most of this stuff always takes place away from down the tunnel. You know, you go down there with a bat and prove to yourself that wood is no match for concrete. That's usually what happens. But yeah,
Can you imagine if somebody took a bat to that thing?
one hit, gone. That's one of the things here that you understand. It's a long ways to the clubhouse from this dugout. And you got to go upstairs. It's a big deal to get coffee out here. So I can understand them having a machine out there with good coffee in it.
Bullpen had it out there too. And a bouncer to Santana. Very close play.
Close to being another error. I guess he didn't get an error earlier, did
he? The tippy toe. Joe Mauer. Allegheny Health Network Super Mo. Great shot of that. Chung Ho Gung. Two-0 count. A 3-0 count now.
There it comes, Greg.
What's that, Bob?
Home run in the bullpen.
Oh, that's right. Check that. Bouncer to third, and on that in between hop and a long hop there. Plouffe to Mauer. We'll make it a family day this Sunday. Pirates and Mets 135. All kids 14 and younger get a Garrett Cole replica camo jersey courtesy of Chevrolet. And we invite you to get to the #1 Cochran Family Fun Zone out on Federal Street before the game. And after the game, you kids can run the bases compliments of the original pizza logs. Go to pirates.com for tickets. 3-game series with the Mets. Pitching matchups we mentioned earlier. The middle game featuring Matt Harvey against A.J. Burnett. Friday night it's Garrett Cole for the Bucks against Noah Syndergaard. And Sunday, a couple of lefties, Francisco Liriano against Jonathan Neese.
They'll be hustling around the bases. Did I see the other day we have there's a certain day 50 and over can run the bases?
I didn't see that.
I thought I did.
Really?
Maybe that was on the road.
Maybe.
50 and over,
Yeah,
they'll run the bases. I should ask Steve. He'll know where it's at.
He's got my coat.
Yeah, he does. He stole it.
And that'll do it for the Pirates. They go down in order in the fourth.
Sports is brought to you by Allegheny Health Network. Health for all. By Kenny Ross, Ask a Neighbor. And by Levin Mattress, located in all Levin furniture showrooms and freestanding stores. Let's go Bucks!
Beautiful shot. This great ballpark in this great city. Second game, the brief two-game interleague series between the Pirates and the Minnesota Twins. The Pirates will return the favor, go to Target Field in Minneapolis July 28th and 29th.
Looking forward to that.
Yep.
A lot of fun. You don't get
there.
to go to the new ballparks very often. And it's always exciting to see one for the first time.
Point Park University tweets crawling across the bottom of your screen with some Bob Walk top tens. We had a tribute to David Letterman earlier in this ball game. Nicest overcoat for cold weather. What a great call that is. We should have written that into the script. Energy and how he tries to look into the future.
Ban the DH, baby.
Yeah. Mike Pelfrey going to be on the ban the DH roster. It's 2 for 2. One try. Keeps us intrigued the whole game. Idea man. You are baseball's idea man. You know that?
I have ideas.
Yeah, I know that. I'm agreeing. Stories and predictions are the best.
Yeah. You know, you got to throw them out there even though they never happen. The key is, and we're not doing it tonight because I'm kind of making a point. I make the prediction, and if it doesn't happen, it never gets brought up. It never gets mentioned again. But when something happens, we go over that for about 3 days.
Bounces out to Neil Walker, one away. Hey, belated birthday wish to the great Pat Pompiani, Bob and Bruce's dad. Mr. Pompiani recently turned 86. One down here in the 5th inning. He brings up Joe Mauer. Had the distinction of being a classmate of both Bob and Bruce at Point Park. Stabbed by Locke. Interesting, Bob. This, Jeff Locke, we're kind of seeing he can get on one of those rolls.
That's a nice.
He looks like he's
in
moments from being gone from a ball game.
That double play was, could be a game changer for him. For the Pirates, for that matter.
It's a couple of quick outs. A double play that ended the 4th. Was hit by Danny Santana. He gets Dozier and Mauer to bounce out. And here's Trevor Plouffe. He's walked him twice.
He puts up a 0 here. Another one in the 6th. And then you go through 6 innings. He'll probably be close to 100 at that point for sure. And he'll have kept the Pirates right there in the ball game. But that's always the deal. If you do happen to be unlucky enough or not good enough or whatever to give up that big inning early on, well, now your job is right there in front of you. It might not be easy, but now it's zeros, one right after another. Just like if you're a bullpen guy that comes into a game like that, you can't afford to have that bend but don't break attitude anymore. Now it's like, okay, I'm already, the wind's blowing hard. I'm already bending in that wind. I got to stiffen up. That can't give up another run. And that's why that double play that he threw last inning was huge. The bullpen did a nice job last night with 7 innings, 1 run. But that's the big difference between a starter and coming out of the pen. Coming out of the pen, you got to be making those perfect pitches right away. Starter, you can make some mistakes early in a ball game, and that's just all part of the job. Get away with it. In a way, starting is easier than coming out of the bullpen when you break it down an inning at a time. Those guys come into a ball game. If one of those guys give up 3 runs, it's a disaster. As a starter, okay, put us in a hole, but if you end it, it'll be all right. So far, he's ended it.
Boy, he looked like a different pitcher altogether. the Berg during Friday Night Rocks on Root Sports. Get tuned into Pittsburgh's music scene as we showcase local artists and tracks throughout every Friday Night Pirates broadcast. Friday Night Rocks, Friday, when the Bucks take on the Mets on Root Sports. Here's Francisco Cervelli, bottom third of the Pirates order. Jordy Mercer on deck, and then we'll see Jeff Locke due up. Mike Pelfrey retired the side in order in the fourth. He's allowed 4 hits.
There's action in that pencil. Who knows? Locke might just go 5 innings tonight. But it does look like he's got himself, and pointed it out, to where he is in command of his pitches now. Hitting some really good spots with him.
Rob Scahill. You have the off day tomorrow, so if you're Clint Hurdle, can go to the bullpen earlier maybe than
good point.
normal circumstances.
You have to. Over some matchups. Behind him there with the bat.
Still 1-2 on Francisco Cervelli. Flight out to Torrey Hunter leading off the second. Out looking. Cervelli's reaction tells the story.
It was close. I mean, it's one of those borderline pitches. I think you take it with 2 strikes. You know, sometimes it's going to be a ball. Sometimes you're going to get called out. This time, I mean, it's not like it's an atrocious call. You know, I mean, that was maybe a 1/4 of an inch outside, but with 2 strikes, if you take that pitch, sometimes you're going to walk back to the dugout.
It's a risk.
Yes, exactly. I think Cervelli also, of our hitters, has the best idea of where that strike zone is.
Jordy Mercer to deep left, but a nice grab by Shane Robinson. Got back there in a hurry.
Yeah, really, it's a tough outfield to play to get back to that wall that quickly. That was a nice job reading that ball quickly off the bat. Right down the middle, letter high. Robinson already getting back there. He got back there so quick, Greg, that he was able to slow down, get himself under control as he.
That's really impressive. Really impressive. Jeff Locke will bat now with nothing going on.
More often than not, you see a lot of guys that they'll run back there at like 3/4 speed to try and time it so they get there at the same time the ball's getting there. But that's not what Robinson did. He got back a lot quicker so that he could slow down and get ready. And if that ball happens to be at the fence, if you get back and actually can feel the fence because you're there early, you got a much better chance of making the correct jump timing wise. There's a lot of advantages to getting back after that ball quickly as possible and not trying to time its arrival same time you get to the same spot. The timing method maybe makes for a prettier catch. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
You're making a play on the dead run, that sort of thing. Boy, that glove looks huge, doesn't it? It's got to be right up there against whatever the legal length is.
Jeff Locke is a strikeout victim. 5 Ks for Pelfrey, who has now retired 8 straight. In this game so far, it's been this hit. Torrey Hunter with the bases loaded, 1 out. It's this double off the right field wall. Danny Santana, Joe Mauer, Trevor Plouffe score. Made it 3-0. Pirates got 1 run at the bottom of the first, and that has been it so far as we go to the 6th inning. And Torrey Hunter will lead off against Jeff Locke. Hunter has also singled in this ball game. Locke made off 2 hits in the 4th inning, but got Danny Santana to bounce into an inning-ending double play, and then retired the 2, 3, 4 men in the order in the 5th inning. Dozier, Mauer, and Plouffe in order. 7 total hits for the Twins. Torrey Hunter. 4 last night, 2 for 2 tonight, 1 ball and 1 strike to count. First round pick in 1993. His first full season with the Twins was 1999. One ball, 2 strikes. 5 punch outs for Locke. On Hunter, who is 8th in team history for the Twins with 198 career home runs. He needs 10 homers to pass his late mentor, Kirby Puckett.
Been some great players come through Minnesota over the years. Right at Walker.
One down, and our Allegheny Health Network injury update. Hyunjin Ryu, out since March with shoulder inflammation, is going to undergo surgery, exploratory surgery, but Obviously, he's not going to pitch for quite some time. 14-7 last year. South Korean countryman Jung Ho Gung tonight 1 for 2 and starting at third base as Clint Hurdle moved Josh Harrison to right field.
And I don't know if it's ever been made official, or maybe it has been. And you would know the MLB logo. Isn't that a Minnesota Twin? I thought that was supposed to be a silhouette of Harmon Killebrew.
Yeah. Yep, the on-deck circle here, that silhouette.
Yep.
Legend has it that is Harmon Killebrew's profile.
But that just one of the great Minnesota players they've had. Rod Carew, one of the absolute greatest for years.
Paul Molitor ended his career as a Twin. And a chopper again. Gung this time going to make a fine play. Heck of a play by Gung to get Kurt Suzuki.
There's times where if he's playing in third base, you can see that shortstop quickness in his hands. And that was one of them. Look how far the glove was. The glove from his bare hand, and how quickly he was able to. It's almost kind of like flicking the ball into his bare hand. Didn't really go in and get it. Let the ball roll down to the very end of the glove into his bare hand.
It's awfully early to be, I guess, judging Gung yet, but slowly but surely you're really seeing a guy who's adapting now to this game, a quicker game in the States. And the Pirates could end up with quite a bargain. Jung Ho Gung, as Neil Huntington said when they acquired him.
Well, he's not only has he pushed his way into the lineup, he's in the middle of the lineup. In the 5th spot tonight.
Jeff Locke, another 1-2-3 inning. Twins up 3-1. Day at PNC Park. First 20,000 fans coming out to the 4:05 game against the Mets. We'll get a Josh Harrison bobblehead courtesy of Allegheny Health Network. And it's also another Eaton Park Scratch and Win Saturday. Everybody's a winner. For tickets, go to Pirates.com. Josh Harrison bobbleheads. First 20,000 fans. That's a 4:05 game. And again, it features A.J. Burnett against Matt Harvey. Thanks to Allegheny Health Network for the Josh Harrison bobbleheads. check out your schedule and make it a point to bring the family out to Buccos and Mets, as Harrison 2 for 2 tonight, swings and misses. There's a happy customer. Another souvenir. Harrison lines this to right center field. This is what we saw so much of Harrison in the month of April. He just couldn't buy a hit, and now just everything he does.
What really got the team going last year, about the same exact time, Jay Hay started getting more and more playing time and just started hammering the ball all over the place, getting base hits, causing that havoc on the bases.
This is just incredible what he's done the past week and a half. .563 batting average for his last 32 at bats. Ball, one strike. Pelfrey, first round pick of the Mets in 2005 out of Wichita State, had Tommy John surgery in May of 2012. Wanting to keep Josh Harrison close.
And they tried to hit and run last time, these two. Didn't work out. Pelfrey missed badly up and away. It was a fortunate miss for him. Walker had to swing at it. It almost worked like a pitch out. It did work like a pitch out. Suzuki having to come up and get into throwing position just to catch the ball.
Pelfrey missed a bunch of time last year. Had to have some surgery on a nerve in his elbow. 2-2.
Well, he's got one on each side of the plate against Walker. He'll probably tell you they can't both be a strike.
Stays 2-2. The Twins have some bullpen action. Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Aaron Thompson. Saw him briefly last night. Yeah. 3-2 count. This will be a big pitch coming up here to Neil Walker with Andrew McCutchen on deck. Pelfrey had retired 8 straight since the Harrison leadoff single in the third. Jay Hay picks up the base hit to start this 6th inning. Harrison, by the way, with his 18th hit in his last 32 at bats, he had 17 hits for the entire month of April. Is doubled up. A double play, 4-3.
That is just really unfortunate. Yeah, both times these guys have been hooked up here. Really, it's just been bad luck. Not really a lot. If there's a line drive the other side of the infield, you can't get doubled up. But that was a smoker right at the second baseman. Not a whole lot Jay's going to be able to do with that one. So, I mean, that's bad luck. And then when they tried to hit and run last time, it was way wild up and away. And it turned out to be, as I said, almost like a pitch out in its result. What are you going to do?
Meantime, Andrew McCutchen, who was 0 for 5 last night and is 0 for 2 so far tonight.
Andrew really holds the key to this offense. We talk about a lot of the other guys and this and that, but it's Andrew. And I mean, he admitted that about 2 weeks ago, saying that it's on me and I'm going to get it going, and when I do, look out, it's not going to stop. And he is. He's going to have one of those months where he hits about 400. And that, I think, Greg, is when the rest of the offense really just kind of falls into place. And Andrew is clicking. Makes a big difference to everybody.
Yep.
We'll hit it.
Certainly not something Pelfrey wanted to do, as McCutchen reaches with his bounce.
He was out in front, 1 and 2 outs. He's just trying to throw a fastball in on his hands, and his fastball's got a lot of movement on it at times, and this one just takes off, starts tailing in. Look at that ball run in.
Pelfrey looks over at McCutchen and says, "Hey, it's on me." Apologizes.
That's nice, but don't know why guys do that.
Ball one on Marte, doubled to right in the first. Suzuki going to go out as Pelfrey might be heading toward the end.
Oh, he's been very lucky so far this inning. Be where he's at.
Made only 5 starts last season. His 3rd year with the Twins. Signed as a free agent. Thompson is ready.
Hey, you would think since they got a lefty going, they're going to let him go to Alvarez.
And that's hit hard, but right at second.
They're centering the baseball on him this inning. Still got a 0 though.
Troy Polamalu on hand in one of the suites here at PNC Park, and the Pirates pay tribute to the future Hall of Famer. You see Franco Harris also on hand, as Alvarez takes care of Shane Robinson. Jared Hughes on. Troy Polamalu doffing his cap.
Yeah, Greg, I thought that was a great selection of highlights they put up on the board. Also, there's like just the ridiculous type of plays he used to make. A couple there where he's jumping over the offensive line to sack a quarterback who's taking the snap. I mean, just the crazy type of stuff he used to do.
That's what comes to mind. Crazy.
Just, you know, so unexpected.
Crazy good.
You know, we talk about sometimes Jay out here causing havoc on the bases. That man caused havoc.
Yeah.
Everywhere he went on the football field. Jared Hughes now in the game.
Eddie Rosario pinch hitting for Mike Pelfrey. Locke goes 6 innings, gives up 3 runs on 7 hits. Hard hit. Walker there. And quickly 2 outs. Before departing, Locke retired the last 7 batters he faced. 8 of the last 9. But he is on the hook. Bucks will need to rally. Pelfrey goes 6 innings and gives up 1 run on 5 hits. Danny Santana doubled to start this ball game against Jeff Locke. He's a right-handed hitter.
Yeah, one of those little fortunate type doubles. Ground ball just wide over the first base bag. But it's a gap shot in the box score. I'll count the same. Jeff kept it together after that bad first inning. He threw up a nice string of zeros.
Jared Hughes, a 1-2-3 top of the 7th inning. He picks up just where Jeff Locke left off. A ground out by Shane Robinson right to the first baseman Pedro Alvarez. And Eddie Rosario, the pinch hitter, bounced it right at Neil Walker, and then a quick strikeout of Danny Santana. 7-pitch top of the 7th inning for Jared Hughes. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th inning, but first it's 7th inning stretch time here at PNC Park as the Buccos take on the Twins.
Everyone watching at home on Root Sports as we say, take me out to the ball game.
the authority of the Pittsburgh Pirates and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Follow the Pirates all season with MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At Bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com at Bat for your smartphone or tablet. Moving to the bottom of the 7th inning. And the first pitch is lined to center field. Jung-Ho Kang. Another line drive, hard hit ball here. Ryan Presley, the new pitcher.
Presley's numbers not too bad. Just 10 innings of work so far, but does have more strikeouts than innings pitched. Something that is always a plus for everybody, especially one of those guys coming in out of the pen. Like the bullpen guys and the abilities to get outs without the ball being put in play. There's times where you need that.
He faced 3 batters last night. Got Andrew McCutchen to line out to end the 6th inning, then walked Starling Marte to start the 7th and gave up a base hit to Jung-Ho Kang. Alvarez struck out to end the 1st inning and bounced out to end the 4th inning. In that shift, he hit it to the 3rd baseman Plouffe, who swung over to the right side of the infield. Gene Collier, the columnist of the Post-Gazette, was asking Clint Hurdle before the game about all the shifting, and it's become now an age-old question: is if you constantly are seeing the left side of the infield. He wasn't talking specifically about Alvarez, but naturally, don't you try and eventually just hit the ball where the fielders aren't? And Clint Hurdle said, yeah, you would think so.
Well, I think some guys are. I mean, and it's
trying, you mean?
It's got to become more and more prevalent as the next few seasons, handful of seasons go by.
Let's go back to Rob King, the studios, in a State Farm game break. Rob, the Cardinals just aren't slowing down. Colon gives up 9 runs, 8 earned in 4 1/3 innings on 11 hits. Buck goes down 2. They have Alvarez aboard. Cervelli flied out the other way his first time up, and his last time was a strikeout looking. Checks. Oh, not according to the first base umpire, Brian Honora.
I thought he went back. You can see the head of the bat out there quite a ways in front of home plate.
Did he intend to swing at the pitch is what the umpires decide.
How do they know that?
It's all what they believe. Tony Watson.
So if you swing and miss and it's an accident, it's not a strike.
That's exactly right.
I didn't really mean to do that.
Correct.
So it's only if I
it
missed
wasn't
to
your
swing.
intent.
I didn't intend to swing. Just it happened.
Exactly. Well, 3-1.
If you can get out of a speeding ticket like that.
Of course you can. And you probably have. Well, the Pirates have 2 on. It's Ryan Presley trying to open the door.
It's open. He didn't try. He is succeeded.
Jordy Mercer due up, but he's going to be called back, it looks like, in favor of Sean Rodriguez. Well, that's a little indication that Clint Hurdle just doesn't feel like Jordy Mercer is swinging the bat well enough, even though he sent a ball to the wall on a line drive in the 5th inning. He's going to lift Jordy Mercer, right-handed hitter, for right-handed hitting Sean Rodriguez. Gregory Polanco getting ready. Neil Allen, pitching coach. I imagine you were pitching against Neil Allen on occasion. Neil Allen, a former closer, the Mets.
Oh, I remember the first time I pitched against him was he was pitching for Lynchburg back in the late 70s.
Is that right?
Yeah, he was a huge New York Met prospect. He was one of the elite of our A-ball league back then. Everybody knew who Neil Allen was.
Went over the scouting report with Presley on Sean Rodriguez, who is 0 for 4 as a pinch hitter up until Jose Tabata's infield pinch hit single last night. The only Pirate who had gotten any hits off the bench was Corey Hart. Still, the Pirates only 7 for 62. Those pinch hitters, they'll get one. Cervelli going in hard. Force at second for the second out. And now Gregory Polanco will be announced as the pinch hitter.
Counter here.
They will. It's going to be it for Presley. We'll go 2/3 of an inning. He walks 2. And the left-hander coming on, Aaron Thompson, will inherit those 2 runners with the Pirates down a pair. Pirates baseball. We enter the garage and lift the hood on Pirates' hidden mechanic, Jim Benedict. See how Benedict's work behind the scenes, fixing pitchers, is a major reason for the team's depth on the mound. Inside Pirates baseball, hidden mechanic, tonight after postgame on Root Sports. One of his projects, Charlie Morton figures to pitch, maybe they haven't announced it, maybe as early as Monday when the Marlins come in. Now Aaron Thompson facing the pinch hitter for the pinch hitter. It's Jose Tabata. Thompson faced 2 batters last night. Got a ground ball and gave up a base hit.
Got that big hole over there on the right side. That's where Tabata hit the ball yesterday. A lot of room with Mauer holding on the runner.
Hit hard into the seats right side. Tabata made his season debut as a pincher last night. And Corso able to avoid that line drive.
You can't hit Dan. He's way too quick for that.
He's been busy this week. You know that?
Yeah, I see he moves around a lot.
Yeah. Well, a lot of stuff going on in the afternoons he's been working on. Line drive center field for Jose Tabata. His first 2 at-bats in 2015. Pinch hit RBI singles. Pirates within 1.
They got a good pitch to hit here and did something with it. Off-speed breaking ball, and watch the location. Right down the pipe. Dropped the head of the bat right to the ball. Line drive center field. That's making a mistake pitch. Remember earlier we talked about the differences of starting and relieving? You can't make mistakes when you're relieving.
The man coming to the plate has been swinging the lumber the last week and a half. Josh Harrison is 3 for 3 tonight. He has hit safely in 8 straight games. Now 18 hits in his last 32 at bats. See if Josh Harrison
What's hotter,
stay
Brett?
hot. I don't know.
That
Not much hotter than
J-Hay?
not much hotter than this guy right now. Faces Michael Tonkin. Called up recently. Casey Fine placed on the disabled list. 6'7", 220 pounds.
2 home runs. 6 innings of work.
Ooh. In the air to right. Toward the line. Hunter a long run and runs out of the room.
Well, that coming off the bat just looked like a fly out. It just kept slicing and slicing. J-Hay got a decent pitch to hit right there, first pitch swinging. Ball looked like it's on the plate, up a little bit. Just 582, huh? That's not bad.
Chopper off the mound, a sliding stop. Tonkin throws out Harrison. A nice play by the big right-hander. Pirates get one. They're down one. Was placed on the disabled list with the right ankle sprain. Made 6 starts this season, and he goes on the disabled list after making an appearance just a few days ago. 3 days ago, he tried to pitch on that sore ankle and gave up 6 runs, 5 earned in 3 2/3 innings with 4 walks, so he was obviously not himself. So they placed him on the DL. Meanwhile, we're going to the 8th inning here, and Sean Rodriguez stays in the game. He is now in right field. Tony Watson, new pitcher.
Oh, look at that opponent batting average down there nicely, 160. I love that. Giving up hardly anything. As always.
Other changes. Josh Harrison moving from right field to third base. Jung Ho Kang moving over to short. And right away, Josh Harrison on to first. A little bit of a high throw, but Alvarez goes up to get him.
No problems.
Bring up Joe Mauer. And we got a Point Park University tweet. We were talking about a top 10 list. The reason that we like working with Bob Walk, we've asked for your tweets. Like Bob because he makes a good mantle decoration.
Nice mustache there.
When was that bobblehead giveaway?
I know you'll remember the night.
I really don't.
It was the night that something was supposed to happen, like in the 4th inning, and then it turned out to not really be a big deal.
Was it that long ago?
That was a long time ago.
Wow. Boy, oh boy.
I don't know how long that was. Was that 10 years ago? 6 years ago? At least 8 years ago?
Backhand. Nicely done. 2 outs.
Watson's pretty automatic. I don't know, as you get a lot of strikeouts, he really does a good job at always taking the sting out of the bats. It seems like a lot of routine outs when he's out there. Easy grounders, lazy fly balls.
Trevor Plouffe has walked twice and struck out. The only 2 walks allowed by Jeff Locke, who went 6, gave up 3 runs. Jared Hughes had a 1-2-3 7th. Blaine Boyer looks like he will pitch the 8th. Glenn Perkins, setup man. Watson falls behind Plouffe 3-0. Rare walk, let alone 4 pitches.
Yeah, you know, most of them though, he kept hitting the same spot. They were just a little bit on the inside. Wasn't getting a swing or a call. It's like he was missing by a bunch.
It's the 5th walk allowed by Watson this season.
Fastball to the right-hander, just a little bit off the plate in. Just about every time. Can't quite nail down that spot in there.
Last year, Watson walked 15 in 77 innings. One and 2 on Hunter. Difference in the game, his 3-run double in the first off the wall and right.
The Twins have been quick starters these 2 games.
Dave Joust, Clint Riddle's right-hand man, and the left-hand man, Tony Watson, strikes out Hunter. Neil Walker will be leading off the bottom of the 8th.
Bottom of the 8th, that's Neil Walker and Trevor Plouffe. They grew up over 2,000 miles away from one another. Plouffe in L.A., Walker here in Pittsburgh. They never played pro ball together, but they have a unique connection that binds them. Shortly before the 2004 draft, the Pirates brought in just 2 guys on the same day to work out together. It was those two, Plouffe and Walker. Well, it was Walker that put on a show during Live BP with a college pitcher thrown to them, and as they say, the rest is history. They were drafted just 9 spots apart from one another in the draft. Walker went 11th overall and Plouffe 20th to the Twins, and both guys making big contributions over half a decade. Plouffe with the Twins and Walker here with the Buccos to their teams that drafted him.
Well, that's for sure, Robbie. 2 solid players on the infield. Neil Walker at second, Trevor Plouffe at third, and Blaine Boyer, who pitched last night. And in the air to left center. Nissan road ahead for these Buccos. Weekend series here at PNC Park against the Mets. Then the Marlins come to town for 3 starting on Monday night. And then it's on the road. West Coast swing to San Diego and San Francisco. And then to Atlanta before the Pirates return home in June. Marlins still winless under Dan Jennings, and they are being shut out in the 9th inning to the Diamondbacks 5-0. The Cardinals 9-0 leaders over the Mets, top of the 8th. McCutchen 0 for 2, hit by a pitch in this ball game. Blaine Boyer went 1 2/3 innings last night, got a double play ball. Chris Stewart to end the 7th, then pitched a quick 1-2-3-8. That ball hit hard to right center field toward the wall, and it is gone! And this game is tied! Andrew McCutchen's 5th! It's 3-3!
He loves to hit home runs into those seats out there in right center. So good at driving the ball that direction. He is the heart of this offense. Club goes the way he goes. That wasn't that bad of a pitch. We talk about mistake pitches. That wasn't hitting a mistake out of here. That's just a great hitter doing what he does. Watch this location. Down just a little bit above the knees. Gets underneath it and drives it the other way out of the park.
3-3 ball game. Marte lines it to left center field. He might try for 2. He's headed to second. He'll make it after the bobble easily. Setting up shop for the go-ahead run in the 8th.
At that kind of speed really can rattle the outfielder. And Hicks knows that he's going to have to really hurry. He knows Marte is going to try and turn what is a routine single into a double, and he's going to try and prevent it. And then he doesn't even pick the ball up. As soon as Marte hit that ball, he made his decision coming out of the box. He really squares those turns off nicely. He's got all that speed, plus he makes those 90-degree turns real quick.
Second double of the night. $21,718 into it now. Shunho going an infield single his first time up, lined out his last time in the 7th. McCutchen's home run, his 5th of the season. And a point for McCutchen after the home run to tie it. That's his 61st home run all time at PNC Park, matching him with Jason Bay for the most ever in this ballpark.
Look how fired up he gets those fans. They love it when he does anything, especially late in the game like that.
Young is retired. Another look. The Allegheny Health Network Supermo.
They lead with his hands through that baseball. It looked to me like it contact. His hands are still out in front. Right there, the hand goes up and the crowd goes out. Just crazy for him.
He really has a flair, his sense of timing. You know, I think he considers himself an entertainer. First and foremost, he wants to win ball games, but in addition, if he can entertain, intentional walk issued. Francisco Cervelli will hit against the right-hander. Andrew McCutchen, home run, as we said, 61st all time here at PNC Park, tying him with Jason Bay, the all-time mark in this yard. His first home run here this season. Cervelli 0 for 2 with a walk. Twins led 3-0 in the top of the first. Starling Marte's double in the bottom half scored Neil Walker. Mark Melancon will be pitching hopefully in a save situation.
Need one more hit.
Takes a strike. Jose Taveda's pinch hit single brought in Pedro Alvarez in the 7th inning to make it 3-2, and Andrew McCutchen's home run with 1 out in the 8th ties the game. Cervelli with 9 RBIs on the year. Blaine Boyer, who has been outstanding since he gave up runs in 3 of his first 4 outings of the year, but spotless since then until tonight. Two.
He got lucky there. He hung that slider.
Cervelli, a .250 hitter with runners in scoring position this season. Battles Boyer. 2, and now Pirates runners the benefit of being able to take off on this pitch. Kurt Suzuki with the stop.
Well, Marte didn't need any help scoring on a single, but now he's got it.
Chopper just foul.
Hit the chalk. What's up with that? Must be fair, isn't it? Isn't it amazing how far the ball can bounce? Ball bounced 100 feet. One hop.
Out to right field, Torrey Hunter. Well, Andrew McCutchen has tied this thing up. His 5th home run this season, his first at PNC Park this year, but 61st of his career in his home yard. This one ties the game at 3.
Three and a half. Opponent batting average also on the way down. Saves are going up. No save tonight, though. Hopefully a W.
Andrew McCutchen. Now, Bob, you're saying that the offense goes the way Andrew McCutchen goes. And there it is, the home run. Kurt Suzuki, 0 for 3 today.
I think we'll go extra innings.
Hope not. Do you?
Oh, I still want to see a home run in the bullpen. You know, I still have my hopes up.
You want a home run in the bullpen? Anybody specifically? Just anybody.
How about Jung Ho?
Oh.
That was my call. Hasn't happened.
He's hit the ball hard. Bounce 2, gone. Suzuki bounces to Jung Ho Gong. Andrew McCutchen's home run has really gotten folks here excited. And as you can see, rolling across the bottom of your screen, some tweets. Hashtag Bucks Booth.
Kutch is clutch.
First pitch strike, 91 from Melanson to Hicks. Andrew McCutchen's home run, again his 5th of the season. Hit by a pitch in the 6th. And then homers over the right center field fence on Blaine Boyer to tie it. 92 from Melanson. There's been so much attention on the velocity this season for Mark Melanson. Ground ball right side. 2 outs. Well, Pirates continue this homestand after tomorrow's off day. Friday, return to action against the Mets. Coverage starts at 6:30. Pirates pregame. Presented by W.B. Mason on Root Sports. Here's Shane Robinson with 2 outs and nobody on in the top of the 9th inning. And a fly ball to Marte in left center. He's there. And 1, 2, 3 for Mark the Shark. See if the Pirates can walk it off here in the bottom of the 9th. Of In the Room, get a behind-the-scenes look at the team's playoff series against the Rangers, highlighted by Max Lapierre mic'd up for the Pens Game 2 win. In the Room, tomorrow at 10:30 on Root Sports. Here at PNC Park, Pirates single runs in the 7th and 8th. Andrew McCutchen tying it. Eduardo Escobar takes over in right field. He'll hit at the 9th spot if necessary. The new pitcher is a Rule 5 pick from the Braves organization, J.R. Graham. It did not pitch above the Double-A level before this season. Mark Melanson, quick 1, 2, 3, top of the 9th. Pirates try to get him a win.
Yeah, it really did. Nice. Efficient manner, as you said. 92 on the radar gun, which is just fine. Throwing the ball where he wants to, which is even more important. Looking more and more like the Shark is right back where he's supposed to be, huh?
Sean Rodriguez was a pinch hitter in the bottom of the 7th, stayed in to play right field in the 8th. Roller right side. Mauer, the backhand. Well, now Corey Hart will pinch hit for Melanson. Hitting for Melanson, Corey Hart.
Usually pretty aggressive swinger in these pinch hitting roles. Not this time. Take strike one.
Hart, his home run came as a pinch hitter in the Pirates' home opener against the Tigers. Scahill would pitch the 10th. Graham has walked 6 in 14 2/3 innings. He's 25 years old. Even count. Corey Hart. Out of Santa Clara University, drafted in the 4th round by the Braves 4 years ago. And Hart drills one to right field, but right there is Escobar, causing a dive. Medium depth right field for the 2nd out. Graham has given up 3 home runs in 15 innings.
He's got a power type fastball for sure. I believe that fly ball was at 97.
Torrey Hunter in right field. Escobar in left. That ball pulled foul. Josh Harrison, a 3-hit night. Ball, 1 strike. And this is to right field, and Hunter is there again. And we are going extra innings here at PNC Park.
season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
I just realized that's what I wanted in the top 10.
The Beef Jerky reads the extra innings.
When we went over in our production meeting, you weren't involved in it because we went over the top 10 list.
You knew something was missing.
Yeah. There's Rob Scahill, his 15th appearance.
Boy, has he done a good job. Really is kind of moved right up there to the top part of that bullpen pecking order.
Gave up a couple of runs Friday afternoon at Wrigley Field and has struck out at least one batter each of his last 8 games. Got a real strong find for the Pirates. They traded for him before the season this winter for the Colorado Rockies, and just before the season he replaced Vance Worley in the bullpen when Vance Worley went into the rotation because Charlie Morton started the year on the DL.
And when you're that last guy that makes the team in the bullpen, you kind of know you got to get off to a good start. Be impressive early on. He's done that.
One ball, one strike. Pirates are looking for their first win of the season in extra innings. This is their first home extra inning ball game. 0-5 on the road. Meanwhile, the Twins are 2-1 overall in overtime.
It seems like it's always tougher on the road when you go into extra innings. So now they have the advantage. A little walk-off win tonight.
First at bat for the switch hitting Eduardo Escobar, taking over in left field in the double switch. J.R. Graham coming on. Escobar hitting .320 this month of May. Chop toward first and a fair ball. And one out in the 10th. Scahill gets Escobar to bounce to first and faces another switch hitter in Danny Santana. He was 1 for 3 against Jeff Locke. Locke went 6, gave up 3 runs, 7 hits, held it together, giving up those 3 first-inning runs. He got on a roll, retiring the last 7 batters he faced. At one point, he and Jared Hughes and Tony Watson set down 12 straight. And the pitcher, Mike Pelfrey, the last hit allowed by the pitching staff. With 1 out in the 4th inning, Pelfrey singled off Jeff Locke.
Santana's been involved in a couple of one double play and one that wasn't a double play that should have been, allowing the Pirates to score a run early in the game, and then he came up at a crucial time and hit into a double play when Locke was out there.
That was right after the Pelfrey single, and he hit into the 6-4-3 inning ending double play. So 17 of the last 18 batters have been retired by Pirates pitchers.
Nice catch.
Wow, I'll say, huh?
Get ready, another one might be coming.
Pop up. McCutchen. Two outs in the 10th. Here's Brian Dozier. Just missed. Actually, it did miss, did it?
No, I think that's pretty much right there. Put it much more in the strike zone than that.
I still think, Bob, that's got to be so tough. And you know, you've been there, but you're trying your darndest to get these guys out. You're looking to throw good quality strikes. You throw a good quality strike, you don't get a call, and that's not really borderline. So how do you put that aside and not think to yourself, like right now, it should be 1 and 2?
Well, it's tough, and there's times where you are thinking that out there, especially if a guy gets a hit off you. You think, well, how about Torrey Hunter in the first inning?
Yeah.
I mean, Locke put one right there. I mean, a curveball right down the middle, and it didn't get the called strike. Put Locke behind in the count. Bases loaded. What was it, a pitch or two later, he hit the line drive off the wall to clear the bases. So that was a huge pitch, and it was definitely in the strike zone. I mean, it wasn't a borderline pitch. It was an easy strike. But you know, the other side of that, well, what are you going to do anyway? You know, just quit, walk off the mound. I mean, there's not much you can do. You can stare in. You're hoping that it happens so rare that you just kind of like, okay, you know, you missed one, and no big deal. I mean, the umpire doesn't stare you down when you hang a slider and it gets hit out of the ballpark when you make a mistake. So you got to just figure everybody's human. Mistakes can be made, but in the heat of battle, you know, sometimes you're not too happy when that happens. It's like when I mess something up and you get mad at me up here, same way.
I don't get mad at you. Do you ever see me staring at you when you make a mistake?
It rarely happens, but probably has happened now.
It never happens.
You'll give me a little.
It never happens.
Little look. And, but 20-some years has had to have happened once or twice.
Wow, maybe. Well, 2-0 now. And Cervelli going out there.
Well, I know I've looked at you a few times thinking, what are you doing?
Oh, yeah. Often. Just about every night. As I said, part of the top 10 list in tribute to David Letterman was, I enjoy working with you because you never point out the mistakes.
No, never. I point out your mistakes, and you point out the Gypsies' mistakes.
And suddenly, Scahill now down to the count 3-0 after walking Dozier. Trevor Plouffe next. Runner going, and a bouncer. Gong throws him out. Scahill scoreless top of the 10th. Pirates look to get him a win. And as we head to the bottom of the 10th, it will be Neil Walker, who's 0 for 4 tonight. Andrew McCutchen homered to tie the game in the 8th inning. He'll be due up second. And if necessary, Starling Marte due up third. The bottom of the 10th. to the bottom of the 10th. The first extra inning game this season at PNC Park. Pirates trying to walk off against the Twins, even this interleague series. Rally caps are on. Colors are flying. And here is Neil Walker against the rookie J.R. Graham, his second inning of work. Walker lined into a double play in the 6th.
I guess really cooling off now, doesn't it? Is it just me being old?
Well, it started at 54 degrees.
I think it's a lot cooler now.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it's 48.
Walker down on strikes.
A couple of good sliders got underneath the bat. Strike 2 pitch and the strike 3. Back foot slider. That one is 50 degrees?
It feels like 48.
No way.
At 50, it feels like 48.
Feels like 48. Okay, well, that's good sense. That was good. So your machine was faulty.
Eighth inning home run tied this thing. 5th of the season. Tied it at 3. One strike on Andrew McCutchen.
We have a game in Cincinnati last year where he hit a home run to tie it and then won an extra innings to win.
That won't win it, but it will set the stage. Starling Marte to the plate. Just before that last pitch. What do we see here? McCutchen looking toward his dugout.
Gave the wink.
Marte doubled to left center field his last time up. He doubled in a run with a ball just inside the first base bag in his first at bat, and McCutchen looked like he might have been leaning there.
Yeah, kind of spun his wheels, get back something.
He has not run much. He's only attempted 3 steals.
Not break back to the bag immediately. Yeah, there was a little bit of a flinch towards second. Ever so slightly.
Ball 1.
I'll take that. Get the Partey going.
.95 fastball missing. J.R. Graham, Rule 5 pick from the Braves in December, so he's got to stay on this roster all year or else be offered back to his original club, go through the waiver process.
The closer now for San Diego used to be a Brave.
Craig Kimbrell?
Kimbrell, yeah. Graham kind of, when he looks in for the sign, kind of does the same type of deal.
Kimbrell action. Yeah, he does.
Except he didn't have the arm out at the side.
Right.
Bends way over.
Yeah. 96. He's got the old school stirrups.
Yes, he does. He's proud of them, too. He's not trying to cover them up at all. Barely has the kneecaps covered.
Wow.
Coming right at him, isn't he? Good pitch to hit. Fastball up out over the plate.
Jeez.
You know why they wore stirrups, Greg?
Why?
I have no idea. I thought maybe you'd tell me.
We're going to get a history lesson there. And
I always wondered that even when I was putting them on. I'm like, what are these for? Why am I wearing these?
they look good. Three and 2 on Marte. No stirrups there.
It's the modern look.
Yep. McCutchen takes off. Swing and a miss. Stolen bases. The throw. It's going to be interference on Starling Marte. It's going to be a double play. The throw from Suzuki actually hit Marte, and that's going to end the bottom of the 10th. Interference this time on Starling Marte.
Wow. That had to hurt. Suzuki just cracking his hand right on top of Marte's helmet.
Back in the 4th inning, it was not called.
Well, that was an easy call to make right there.
This is the 4th inning play. You wonder if Cervelli had thrown the ball right away there, Bob. Instead of hesitated, you know, he waited till the batter got out of the way.
Well, especially watching that last replay right there. I'm wondering, did Cervelli not throw because he didn't have good grip on the ball? By the time he did get the grip on the ball and make the throw, then there was no more interference.
It's possible.
Maybe it depends on the intent of the base runner, the hitter. What do you think? The intent, he didn't intend to interfere.
So you think Marte intended to there?
I'm just kidding you about the check swing stuff.
Well, Scahill needs to put up another 0 here in the 11th. Trevor Plouffe, Torrey Hunter, and then Kurt Suzuki. They were checking on Suzuki's hand as he went back to the dugout. Nice work. Cahill takes care of Plouffe.
Didn't like the call, but yeah, it was there. What about if they had that interference in the NFL? Quarterback could say, "Oh, he interfered with me.
Yeah.
I hit my hand on his helmet as I threw it."
How do you score that, Marte, out of double play? It's caught stealing. Interference on the batter. It's 2 double plays tonight.
How come when you have these scoring things, you always get to say how they're scoring? I mean, I could have
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for. You know why? Because I'm looking at your score sheet.
You didn't wait at all.
This is another top 10. This is for another time. I'm going to write these down as the year goes on. We're going to have a second top 10 list. One of the great reasons, one of my top 10 reasons I enjoy doing a game with Bob Walker is I can look at his score sheet, see what went on during the game.
That doesn't mean I don't know how to score. I just choose to let you do it. Why should I keep scoring when I can look right here and there it is, all right there, different colors.
Why carry up
different colors of ink?
Why carry a pen when you could just borrow one of mine?
Basically, that's what I do. You see a pen in front of me?
Where's your bag? Where's your bag?
It's in the back. Now he keeps a great scorecard.
Look at this. Look at that. Oh, he does.
Look at that. It's neat.
He's got the colored pencil.
Beautiful scorecard.
How did he know we were talking about that?
And here's another thing too. As soon as the game is over, which could be, in the next 10 minutes, he's just going to rip it apart, rip it in half, throw it away. So all of that work he's been doing for 3 hours, rip it in half.
Why does he do that, do you think?
I don't know. He doesn't know. Look, see? Shaking his head. I don't know.
Steve is the Larry Bud Melvin of the show. That from the trailer. David Letterman theme tonight. And a base hit. A 1-out single for Torrey Hunter.
Hopefully we can show the strike zone of the entire at bat. He got a whole bunch of real good pitches to hit and did nothing with them. Finally got a pitch on the very outside part of the plate. Look at that. Now, look at this slider right on the outside edge, and that's what he gets the base hit on. So look at all the pitches, the so-called mistake pitches right in the middle of the plate. Nothing happened. Those are good pitches.
Goes back to your theory about how after a ball game, right?
Yeah.
How many times you hear I
made one mistake. Yeah, okay. Whatever you say. Let's go back and sit and watch the video. There's going to be a lot of balls in the strike zone that didn't go over the fence. It's just really the game of baseball really does have a whole lot of luck involved in it. As John Wayner loves to say it, and I love this saying of his, the round ball, round bat, they come together and who knows what might happen. That's what it's all about.
Fly ball to center. McCutchen makes the catch.
Obviously, it takes a great deal of skill to perform at this level. But at the same time, you have to play for 6 months. So you kind of move the luck out of the game so that the skill really does come to the forefront.
Aaron Hicks to the plate.
You have these swinging bunts and all kinds of crazy things can happen.
Hicks singled and stole a base. By the way, just to clear up the score sheet. It's just a put out for the catcher.
That's what I thought.
You had it down there.
That's what I
tried
thought.
to keep it from me.
I was going to say it's a put out to the catcher, and then when you said caught stealing, I thought to myself, well, I'm glad I didn't open.
I knew that you did that too, by the way.
Glad I didn't open my mouth. I would have been wrong.
Waited for you to answer it. It wouldn't have been fair to give McCutchen a caught stealing there. You don't give him a caught stealing.
No, of course not. You did.
No, you don't give it. That's just not fair. By the way,
coming up.
Huh? He's going to lead off the bottom of the inning.
You know, when this inning is over, I'm going to over and look at Steve's score sheet. I want to see if he put caught stealing or just what would you put, K and then a 2?
Not that we want this to go on more than 11 innings, right?
Right.
But do you think that if the game goes 14, 15 innings, he continues to keep score?
No, but that lady will.
Well, yeah, no question. Bounced. A 4-3 put out.
Be right back.
We'll see if Jung Ho Kang can make Bob a profit. All season long, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Well, you missed the Jack Link. You ruined it. You ruined the streak.
Ruin anything.
We know that we had gone 65 consecutive innings over the last 4 years with you reading that.
Yeah, and
the streak is broken tonight.
Would you say we're 0-5 this year in extra innings? Well, maybe we needed to break that streak.
Anyway, what did Steve say? What did he have in his score sheet?
KDP.
Well,
strikeout, double play.
That's all that matters.
Yeah,
he simplifies it. That's all.
KDP.
Well, let's see if Jung Ho Kang.
And I looked at it, and Tim had the strikeout and then 2 unassisted. The put out.
There's ball 1 on Kang, who tonight has singled, bounced to third, lined out to center, and popped up. J.R. Graham with his 3rd inning of work. (2-0). Remember Bob's prediction early in the game that Kang was going to hit a home run.
Before the game.
Before the game, and he was going to hit a home run into the bullpen.
Oh, not out there. Can't hit that one in the pen. Don't swing at that one. He was a little over anxious. He wanted to hit that 2-0 pitch right there. Oh, take that one. Okay. Now, Greg, driver's seat, 3-1. Fastball right down the middle. They need to get one right on the outside half.
So the pitcher's going to come back in. Bouncer to the pitcher.
Didn't show much patience there. A 3-1 pitch. You are in the driver's seat. You can't be swinging at that. This is a pitch you might, chase after if you're behind 1 and 2. I mean, look at the location of that. It's 3-1 and just very, very over anxious. Not a lot of plate discipline that time. He knows it. Should not have been swinging at that. I mean, you start off the inning with a base on balls. I mean, that extra innings.
Well, Pedro Alvarez, last 2 times up, walked. Last time intentionally. There's a hard thrower here, Graham. If Alvarez can center a pitch, he'll send the folks home happy on a chilly night. And a bouncer back to Graham. We're talking about those stirrups, Mr. Grahams. Let's go downstairs to Robbie.
Yeah, there's a reason he wears those stirrups and why they're so prominent. His mother, Julie, has a rare retina disease, and she is legally blind. So when she watches Twins games on television, she's able to tell her son apart when he is pitching and what his motions are actually like. So it's a pretty cool deal. Just so she can make out the difference is why they're so prominent on his legs.
Oh, that is it's quite a story. That's awesome.
Sure is. Did some research, Bob. The fact that back in the day, baseball players wore knickers, and so to show off team colors, they used the stirrups.
You know what I thought it was? I thought that they were real thick stirrups to give your ankles and your shins protection.
I think that's part of it, yeah.
Okay,
That's when you were wearing those, that's what you thought.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a good idea. Gives me some extra protection. And a fly ball to center. Now we will head to inning number 12. Civil Twilight coming to Stage AE May 28th. Look out toward left field, that new section in front of the Hall of Fame club.
You know, it's the best thing about that right there, those heaters. We need one of those right here in the booth.
Here's Archimedes Caminero now making his 20th appearance.
Right here behind us.
Yep.
A hard thrower, always featuring a fastball either at or near 100 miles an hour.
Eduardo Nunez pinch hitting for Graham. Did an outstanding job. J.R. Graham, 3 scoreless innings. A bouncer. Nunez retired.
Life of a pinch hitter, you sit around for, in this case, 11 innings. And boom, it's over. Done.
Eduardo Escobar came on to play left field in the 9th.
Throwing hard, 98.
He replaces Rob Scahill on the mound. Scahill pitched 2 scoreless. 99 from Caminero. Two. Takes care of him. 99 again.
Wow, 3 pitches, all pretty much in the same spot, all just a tick under 100 miles an hour.
To first. Archimedes Caminero, 1-2-3, top of the 12th. Can the Pirates make him a winner? Get his first W as a Bucco. Here at PNC Park, This is how we got to this point. Starling Marte in the bottom of the first inning doubles in a run after the Twins had taken a 3-0 lead in the top of the first. In the 7th inning, this line drive base hit by Jose Tabata, the pinch hitter, scored Pedro Alvarez, who had walked. And then in the 8th with 1 out, Andrew McCutchen, his 5th home run of the season, his first this season at PNC Park. Tied at 3. Interleague action here at PNC Park, and at the bottom of the 12th, Sean Rodriguez facing Brian Densing. Bounce to third.
Densing's opponent batting average. You haven't glanced down at that?
No.
Or say he's been giving up a few hits.
Chris Stewart.
I don't know if that's good or bad though for us because of the hidden vigorish thing.
Yeah.
I mean, that can't continue, obviously. Due to get a string of outs. Hope he doesn't start tonight.
Stewart, the last position player available. Ball to strike on the Pirates' backup catcher. A lot of managers do whatever they can to avoid emptying the bench, but at this point, we're in the bottom of the 12th, last position player available. One hurdle goes to Chris Stewart. Hurdle was down to the last pitcher he had last Friday. The Pirates lost that 11-10 game to the Chicago Cubs. They used up the bullpen. Radames Lees was the last pitcher. And that was the second out. Play goes 1-3. Hurdle said that at some point, the game gone much longer, Radames Lees was not going to be able to pitch anymore. He had already thrown a ton of pitches. He was going to have to go to a position player to pitch an extra inning game. Antonio Bastardo loosening for the Pirates.
It's always exciting, I think, when that happens, as opposed to a position player pitching in a mop-up role.
Right. What's something that counts?
Yeah, I mean, that is very rare to ever see happen. And when it does, it's the hitters are totally different that are facing.
Well, line out to right field. We'll keep it going.
It's hitting them hard that way.
Now the parrot and his fan club having some fun, even though it's getting a little bit late for the youngsters. Closing in on 11:15 and getting cooler as we speak. Chris Stewart stays in the game to catch. Antonio Bastardo, the new Pirates pitcher.
They got off to kind of a rough start, especially control-wise. Started to be a little more consistent.
Trying to hang in there.
You can make it. One more inning, that's all it's going to take. The rally hat's going.
Yeah. Fired up and singing.
Yeah. Hanging in there.
La Vida Loca. Rally caps everywhere. There's Brian Dozier to face Bastardo. I don't know, Bob.
Eyes are shutting.
Trying. One ball, one strike on Dozier. 2, 3, 4 in the order. Bastardo retired the 3 batters he faced in the 9th inning last night. That's popped up. Young and Harrison. Young. One up, one down. And doing whatever you can to stay warm. Hoping the Pirates can pick up the run in the bottom of this 13th inning.
That's what I'm hoping. I'm trying to stay warm. Wanting that run to come across soon. 2 more quick outs. We're going to have to go rally coach.
What?
When we hit, we got to go rally coach.
You put these on the other
inside out.
Yeah.
Inside out rally coach.
Drilled to right. And gone, and Joe Mauer gives the Twins the lead. Joe Mauer's first home run of this season gives the Twins the lead in the 13th inning.
Pitch is up and in, it looked like. It was supposed to be away. You saw where the target was. It was a off-speed pitch of some sort. You definitely want to put that away. Left it up and in, and that would be considered a mistake pitch. Not so much leaving it right down the middle, but throwing it to the wrong side of the plate.
And now Trevor Plouffe hits one into the corner. Marte guns towards second.
Wow.
Making that closer than it should have been.
You know, that sometimes when you can cut the ball off before it gets to the wall, you can hold a guy to a single. This ball easily gets to the wall, and still Marte able to pick it up and almost throw him out. Watch this throw. Right there, one hopper right on the back. You could see Plouffe, Greg, grit his teeth as he was coming around first base. When he saw that ball coming in, he knew then that he was going to have to hurry.
Well, Joe Mauer hits his first home run since August 17th last year, and gives the Twins the lead in the top of the 13th inning. Antonio Bastardo with a visit to the mound. Ray Searage.
An intentional walk of Hunter. So 4 wide ones. You ever wonder how hard guys throw intentional walk pitches? Don't look, just guess. Don't look. How hard?
Where would I look?
Scoreboard or different places.
I wouldn't do that.
Just take a.
I'll say
take a guess.
50.
Ooh. No, this is in the low 70s.
Really?
Yeah.
What was yours? Top speed?
Probably in the 50s.
Well, he does.
I was always afraid I was going to throw it away, to the backstop. So I threw it extra slow so the catcher would have time to move to wherever the ball was. Always thinking. Idea man.
Yes, you are. You're the Root Sports idea man. We'll come up with an idea how to get a run across, will you? At the bottom of the 13th, and get the last.
Tell you what,
2 outs here.
I'm going to get you two runs.
Oh, all right.
I'm going to go with the rally coat, and I got another idea tonight.
Suzuki hitless in 5 at-bats. Strikeout, 3 ground balls, and a fly out to center. Two balls, no strikes on Suzuki. A pop-up, then the home run by Mauer. Trevor Plouffe double. Intentional walk. This how to play off to the right. Suzuki had a couple of hits last night. Great first half to last year for this veteran catcher. Wound up going to the All-Star game for the first time. Two count on Suzuki. Aaron Hicks on deck. A lot of finals now in the major leagues. The Tigers beat the Brewers 5-2. Arizona beat the Marlins 6-1. Dan Jennings still looking for his first win as skipper of the Fish. Atlanta beat Tampa Bay 2-1. Texas over Boston by that same 2-1 score. Angels beat the Blue Jays. Roller right side, Alvarez for the out. 2 down. The runners move up 90 feet. Here's Aaron Hicks to the plate. This is the rally run. This young Pirate fan.
You got to do your part.
Yep.
If that's what it takes, it's what you do. You hit every row.
Yep.
Every row. Go up.
That's the rally run.
Well, one more. Cut across. All the way back to the top.
Don't give up. Going to go back down. All right, that's fine. Just don't stop. It's in the air to right field. Long run for Rodriguez. Nicely done by Sean Rodriguez. And now the Pirates need at least one. And maybe the rally run will get it done. From Joe Mauer, and the rally run continuing. Don't stop. What's going on here? It's 50 degrees out. You can't take that jacket off. Oh, what do you got to get? What do we got here? Oh, refuel. Okay.
Got to stay hydrated.
Yeah, absolutely. She's got the rally run going. She'll resume that momentarily, and we have. What are you doing?
We got the rally coats going. We got the rally tie. We're set to go.
I didn't know you were going to do the rally tie.
I like your outfit there nicely.
See the
I like
pocket
your
square?
sleeves. Yeah. Very good. Very good. All right. Let's get it done now. 2 runs.
Against Glenn Perkins. Neil Walker leads things off against the left-handed closer. Perkins got the save last night, facing Andrew McCutchen, Starling Marte, Jung Ho Gung singled, and then he struck out Alvarez.
Everybody's pitching in.
Whatever you do, whatever you got to do, you do.
I like that. Everybody's got a little bit of a different style with the rally hat, rally gear. I used to never see that Mohawk rally style where the hat's straight up and down like that. It's become very popular over the years. What?
What? I don't know. What? Short left, but they're playing deep.
Lang no doubles, so didn't have a chance. You really got to split them right down, or hit a chalk line to get an extra base hit the way they're playing deep. Or they can't play in the stands. Hit one there like Kutch did.
Perkins has given up 1 home run this season. That's hit hard.
Let's start. Scalded.
Starling Marte to the plate. Marte, McCutchen, Gong have the benefit having faced Perkins last night. Just so happens, as this part of the order, Perkins earned the save. These Pirates getting their second look. Marte, a pair of doubles in this game.
Trying to hit one over the Clemente walls. It looked like that was in his mind to take a shot at it. Only 320 feet down that line.
Strike.
Good job by Suzuki there with the tag run at first, smothering that breaking ball in the dirt.
Two and one. Don't tell me, she's going to do the little.
She turned the coat inside out too.
Rally coat.
Yep. Had the rally coat on.
Toward right field, and this is going to be a second out. Pirates down to their last out. Jung Ho Kang will come to the plate against Glenn Perkins. Think bullpen.
Bullpen. Not sure if it's going to be ours or theirs. Now, when it happens, I don't want you getting excited. Okay?
I wouldn't get excited.
Stay calm.
I would not get excited.
It's going to be on my 10 list.
It's going to be on your 10.
Oh, yeah,
top 10 list.
Your game winners.
Oh.
I love them.
This would be a top 10 for sure. Edwin McCutchen didn't see it initially. Now he'll reach second without a throw.
I'm sure Suzuki even broke after it right away, thinking that there was no reason to.
Now a base hit can tie it. 3-0 count. Pedro Alvarez is on deck. Perkins took care of him last night, striking him out. And really didn't have anything to do with Gong. So it will be up to Pedro Alvarez. The big bull coming to the plate.
It's only 18 at bats, but Perkins has given up 8 hits and 18 at bats to lefties. 8 for 18. That's an odd number, don't you think?
It is.
Well, I mean,
more than you would think.
No, yeah,
put
way
that
more.
way. Now, on the other side of the coin, Alvarez 1 for 15 with a walk against left-handed pitching. Good cut there. Now Perkins in the driver's seat. 0-2. Worley on deck. Out of position players. That's the ball game. Alvarez strikes out, and Glenn Perkins earns his second save in as many nights. Joe Mauer's first home run of the season, his first home run since August of last year. Hit it off the lefty Antonio Bastardo, and the Twins come away with a brief 2-game series sweep. Win it in 13.
Well, Greg, this was one that, last night you felt like you battled, but you never really had that real good chance. From about the 5th inning on in this game, I really thought we were going to win this. And I'm still kind of shocked that it didn't turn out that way. The Twins just seemed to squander that opening frame and then didn't do anything. What, they didn't get a hit for how many innings in a row? About 6 or 7?
Yeah.
But what's important right now is the scoreboard here in the 13th.
And the Twins have now won 14 of their last 19 ball games. Let's go out to Robin Teague.
Greg and Bob, thanks very much. And Teague, it's